Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum will begin very shortly. Please kindly take your seats. Please also remember to put your mobile phone on silent or on vibrate mode. Also, in line with the CDC protocol, please wear your face mask during the event when social distancing is not possible. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests on site and online, welcome to the 2021 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. Today's forum is jointly organized by ITS Taiwan and Taiwan Computer Association with the support from the Ministry of Transportation and Communications. In today's forum, experts at home and abroad are gathered to have in-depth discussions about autonomous vehicle as well as 5G application in ITS. We look forward to a fruitful exchange of ideas in today's forum. To kick off today's event, first of all, please welcome Dr. Yifang Shi, President of ITS Taiwan, for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shi.
林部长我们分理事长，各位先生、各位女士，各位贵宾，大家早！非常荣幸受到这一场论坛的邀请， 那随着全球人口的增加以及都市化的发展，世界各国开始重视投入了资源，打造了智慧的城市。那我国也积极推动智慧城市的发展，在各个伙伴的合作努力之下，台湾在国际智慧城市论坛奖项屡屡获奖。更重要的是，我们不仅是得到奖项而已，而我们更将智慧城市转化成智慧国土。那台湾防疫的成功，让世界各国刮目相看。所以在防疫的成功，这次论坛得以顺利的举行，让世界看到 No.1 台湾，那也让世界看到智慧城市对于人类生活的帮助。智慧城市的推动，智慧交通是发展智慧城市的重要的骨干。那交通系统对于城市来说，好像血管之于人体一样，那它是提供人体必须要的养分。那交通系统更是有智慧，更要有系统，就是实现智慧城市重要的基石。那台湾是一个地狭人稠的地方，在发展越来越快速的同时，那塞车、环境污染以及交通事故变成我们面对的问题。那如何提供人民更好的生活品质？交通系统的精进改善，绝对是首要的政策。那从20世纪90年代开始，政府、ITS 协会与相关的民间产业等，开始导入了资讯系统技术，发展 ITS， 尝试解决问题。但30多年来，距离 ITS 的30政策、30愿景，就是零伤亡、零排放，还有零阻塞，似乎还很遥远。那直到最近几年，人工智慧以及自动化驾驶技术的崛起，那我们又看到了一丝的曙光。那其中以自动化驾驶技术被视为最有可能实现 ITS 30的愿景。那在推动自动驾驶的进程，其中涉及到电动载具、5G 以及 AI， 这除了是我国交通科技产业汇报重要的重点，也是稍后我们重要的2个议题的讨论，大家可以拭目以待。那智慧城市的发展，无法光靠一个系统就可以运作，而必须要靠着载具、系统以及管理组织进行紧密的协调、持续的沟通，更有效的去做连结，才能发挥效用。因此，这个整合则是一个很重要的角色。那身为 ITS 协会的理事长，我们愿意负起的沟通角色。我们未来将持续的建构产官学研等沟通的平台，那促成多元的智慧运输应用及推动产业发展。那我们期许在座的先进能够共同组织智慧城市与智慧交通的国家代表队，共同努力建构我国先进 ICT 的产业以及工程专业技术，引领台湾打造智慧城市，让我们再升一级。那一起打造一座台湾的护国神山。那最后，我要祝福大家身体健康，万事如意。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Shi. Dr. Shi, please take your seats. Indeed, intelligent transportation plays a critical role in building a smart cities. And in the future, ITS Taiwan will continue to facilitate the cooperation between the government, the industry, and the academia. We thank Dr. Shi once again for his opening remarks. Next, please welcome Dr. Yang Hongzhi, Chairperson of Taiwan Transportation Safety Board, TTSB, to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yang.
Good morning, Mr. Minister of MOTC, Dr. Jialong Lin, President of ITS Taiwan, Dr. Yifang Shi, distinguished speakers and delegation from international and Taiwan ITS communities. I'm the chairperson of the Taiwan Transportation Safety Board, we call TTSB. My name is Dr. Hong Yang. I'm delighted to be invited to attend this 2021 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System and to deliver opening remarks. The TTSB is an independent government agency in the Executive Yuan of Taiwan. The TTSB was transformed from the Aviation Safety Council, ASC, established 20 years ago, and has long been well recognized by international aviation safety parties. Most of you in Taiwan may know that the TTSB was given birth through the pens of Taiwan Rail Puyoma Express Train 6432 derailment accidents, which resulted in 18 deaths and more than 20 serious injuries in October 2018, which is about almost 3 years ago. Besides aviation occurrences, the TTSB is aimed to utilize its professional capacity to identify root causes of other transportation modes, that is, marine, highway, and rail occurrences. The TTSB is responsible for not only conducting comprehensive transportation occurrences investigations, but also for proposing recommendations and oversight, follow-up, improvement action items. Just like other counterparts like NTSB in US, TSB in Canada, JTSB in Japan, and ATSB in Australia. Our dear Taiwanese folks can expect that TTSB will promote our management mechanisms from the authorities to safeguard different modes of transportation. Such efforts are aimed to prevent similar occurrences from happening again by taking active measures to mitigate potential unsafe situations or hazards that may exist during our daily life. I noticed that the forum on ITS is features by two topics: autonomous vehicles and 5G applications in ITS. Obviously, the autonomous vehicle, AV, has become one of the most important and interesting topics in the global ITS communities. In Taiwan, we have also seen quite vivid AV research and field testing activities going on in different forums. In particular, the government funding to support automotive autonomous bus projects, such as ART, or the like, which ranges from POC, POS tests in the closed and or semi-closed environment toward POS and POB, proof of business test, in open environments. At different locations, including rural area and big cities across Taiwan Island, and even in the Penghu Island. Since safety is #1 issue and the basic requirement in transportation, I truly believe that the success of the emerging AV industry must also hinge on complete safety regulations and international standard development and enforcement. As learned from the aviation industry, I took more than 2 decades for the aviation industry and authority to develop and validate the safety level of the autopilot system for the civil airplanes. While the presence of the human pilots during the whole flight is still required nowadays. Recently, the NTSB of the US also issued its warning and concerns to the NTHSA regarding a series of fatal car accidents due to known or unknown errors present in the so-called autopilots or autonomous driving systems. You may know that Tesla come across quite a few serious and fatal accidents as well. Our testing driving system, whose automation levels are believed to be overclaimed, and hence misleading customers, victims who may not have sufficient knowledge and training to operate such systems. Therefore, I would like to take the opportunity to remind our transportation authorities and its colleagues to take the safety issue of AV seriously. I also believe that our experts in TTSB will be able and share, offer help and support to our transportation authorities and its ITS colleagues who are involved in the AV technology development. I also believe that through the international collaboration, mechanism, and the experience sharing culture in the international TSB communities, the experiences of verification and validation and safety regulation development on the automated driving systems, both in the aviation and the ground vehicle transportation, will also facilitate the AV industry development in a more reliable, safer, and efficient way. I look forward to cooperation with the transportation authorities and its colleagues on this international arena. Wish you all a successful and fruitful forum in the coming session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. Please take your seats, Dr. Yang. And also thank you to TTSB for sparing no efforts to raise people's awareness about transportation safety. Once again, thank you, Dr. Yang, for your remarks. Next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jia Longling, Minister of Transportation and Communications, to say a few words. Please welcome Minister Ling.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. I'm greatly honored to have all of you, our ITS friends from Taipei, Australia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and all over the world. We are happy to sit here and also see friends from abroad joining from the online meeting room, together to share the valuable insights on hot topics of ITS. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all. For some of you joining us online, even though the time difference, and also for Mr. David Wu, our important guest, who will deliver an important speech later. He traveled to our beloved city during the this difficult time. I'm sure that you will find the time spent in Taipei worthwhile. The Ministry of Transportation and Communications, MOTC, has started the first phase of Intelligent Transportation System since the year 2017, which had laid a good foundation to building the urban-rural infrastructure gap, saving 30% of the driving time in the traffic jam, and also reducing the accident rate during the use of AI technology. For the next 4 years, new Taiwan dollars 4.2 billion is invested to develop smart transportation, focusing on autonomous vehicle and bus, car sharing, integration of different transportation services, and also the 5G application, to build an aged-friendly, disadvantaged-friendly smart city for the citizens. Moreover, through connecting technology, industry, and society, the MOTC has specifically established 12 industry groups, which includes smart railroad IoT, intelligent public transportation service, smart electric bus, smart e-scooter, bicycle and tourism, intelligent seaport and airport, UAV, intelligent logistics service, transportation big data, experimental field of 5G intelligent transportations, big data analysis, and also green energy, and also some other important topics. Through the cross-boundary collaboration and efforts from the industry, government, academia, and research, these groups work together to open the new future of transportation technology industry and achieve the vision of building smart cities in Taiwan. Smart City Summit and Expo, as you know, is the biggest smart city trade show in Asia, which is also a great platform for Taiwan's ITC industry to present smart city solutions. In addition, it has been recognized that applying ITS technologies to enhance safety and sustainability is one of the goals for promoting smart and livable cities. Therefore, we are glad to have intelligent transportation system from a forum during the SE to invite experts from different industries, public sectors, academia worldwide to discuss potential collaborations. Once again, I want to thank Taipei Computer Association, ITS Taiwan, and all the members of the organizing committees for the hard work and preparation for this forum, and the attendance for your support and participation in spite of your busy schedules. Furthermore, ITS Taiwan and Taipei City are now bidding to host the 2026 ITS World Congress, and we will need your strong support. By hosting Smart City Summit and Expo, Taiwan proves its ability of hosting events. It's hoped that we all work together to support ITS Taiwan and support Taipei City. We will be ready in 2026 to show the city capacity and also to demonstrate innovative and intelligent transportation services and solutions in Taiwan. Finally, enjoying the gatherings, your presence definitely rendered the forum much more fruitful and successful. I wish all the best and look forward to having all of our friends online visit Taipei in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Ling. Minister, please remain on stage as we're going to invite our guests onto the stage for a group photo. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our guest onto the stage. Please welcome Dr. Yifang Shi, President of ITS Taiwan, Dr. Hong Zhiyang, Chairperson of TTSB, Mr. David Goh, Vice President and Managing Director APAC of PTV Group, Dr. Jianbang Liu from ITS Deployment Team MOTC, Mr. Stephen Liu, Business Development Director at Touring Drive, Dr. Gong Li from the Board of TTSB, Professor Jason Zhang from National Taiwan University, Professor Yu Junqiu at the Department of Transportation and Logistics Management, NYCU, Dr. Kunrong Wu, Vice President at Data Communication Business Group, Zhonghua Telecom, Ms. Joyce Chen, Senior Director at Far East Home Telecom, Mr. Wenkai Liu, Deputy Director at III, Dr. Michael Lee, Division Director at E3, and Mr. Mengfen Wu, President of TTIA. Welcome. And there are also two guests joining us online today. Please welcome Mr. Alan Kwek, General Manager at Wheeler Singapore, and Mr. Charles Soul, President of ITS Hong Kong. We also have two guests joining us online today. So our guests, let's have our group photo. Let's have our first group photo with mask on. And please look at the photographer in the middle. For our online speakers, please look into your camera for the group photo. Thank you. A big smile. All right, and let's have our second photo with your mask off, please. Thank you. Once again, please look at the photographer in front of you. Thank you very much. And a big smile for the group photo. Thank you. And let's have a photo with thumbs up. Taiwanese style group photo, which is a must. Thumbs up for the group photo. Online speakers, thumbs up, please, for the group photo. All right, thank you very much. And now we want to invite our guests on site to join us. If you would like to join us on the group photo, you're very welcome to join us on stage for the group photo. Everyone, you are very welcome to join us on stage for a group photo. Everyone, if you would like to join us on the group photo, you are very welcome to join us now. Okay, we may need to have two roles. All right, please move toward the center a little bit. Yes, and we can still maybe, okay, right. All right. Okay, so please look at the cameras in the middle. Thank you. And another photo with thumbs up, everyone. Thumbs up for the group photo. Online speakers, thumbs up for the group photo. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you. to all our participants and to all speakers and guests today. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to proceed to the keynote speech today. Our keynote speaker today is Mr. David Goh, Vice President and Managing Director, APAC of PTV Group. Mr. David Goh pioneered the mobility services in the Asia-Pacific, Africa, and Middle East region, as well as several spin-offs in different markets. He is also involved in the technology ecosystem. He constantly gives feedback to the startups in mobility. He is very passionate about how smart mobility can help improve people's life in cities. With his extensive experience and expertise in smart mobility, today Mr. Goh is going to talk about ITS as a living ecosystem. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. David Goh.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I've spent some time in India, over a year, trying to figure out the logistics space. I've traveled from town to town, city to cities, places like Bangalore, Chennai, Cochin, so on and so forth, trying to talk to a lot of business owners, fleet owners, customers as well. And I realized how fragmented the transport system is in India. And I thought to myself, if only there's an integrated system that's able to tie all these things together, the efficiency, the experience for the customer would be a lot better. Moving on to the other end of the spectrum, I spent some time in Korea in a much more organized market. And that's where I was there with the team to set up a fleet business from scratch. So that's me with the team trying to figure out telematics boxes to put into the fleets. And I do realize during that time, with intelligence, with data, you're able to actually create more efficiency for the fleets, at the same time also providing better comfort and experience for the end user. Being a public transport user like many of us over here, I desire for affordability, I desire for it to be quick, and most importantly, I desire for it to be comfortable. Because I know when I feel safe, I feel comfortable getting from point to point B. So today, my topic is actually ITS. It's a living ecosystem. My name is David Goh. I come from Singapore, traveled to a couple of places, lived in several places before as well. And this is my personal experience that I'd like to share with you, an idea I'm going to share with you. So ITS makes up of 3 different major components. Public services, which is your policymakers, the people, the receiving end, the consumer, and the providers. Providers could be, take for instance, transport operators or technology providers, or even like telecommunication providers as well. So they make up the entire ecosystem. Let me start with public services. So public service looks into 3 I's. What are 3 I's? Intelligent, integrated, and inclusiveness. So I assume I'm already speaking to a crowd of highly sophisticated and intelligent audience over here. Probably understood what is intelligent and what is integration. I shall talk to you more about inclusiveness, and actually have a story to tell. And so I was involved in a project with a city government a couple of years back. And the problem they're trying to solve over here is to reduce private car usage, the high amount of private car usage. And also they have huge, massive public car parks that they want to repurpose and to reuse them for livable space. With all these things said and done, they do not want to compromise on inclusiveness. And so they mentioned, could they use autonomous fleets to actually replace this private car usage? And so what we did was we started studying the traveling pattern, the living, working, schooling behaviors of the people in the community. We also take into account their OD data information, how they actually move from their private cars to main-train transportation. We started doing modeling and we figured out 2 major components. That is how big the fleet size is to fulfill the town. And another thing that we wanted to understand is how big the shuttle or the size of the vehicle is in order for them to fulfill it. Could it be a 6-seater? Could it be an 8-seater? Could it be a 12-seater? Okay, so as we are also hardware agnostic, this is where I think we fall short of the inclusiveness portion over here. So as I mentioned, we are hardware agnostic. We didn't consider the form factor. And so if I were to be a disabled individual over here, I probably wouldn't be able to get on this shutter at all. So this picture is actually a stock image of a shutter, so there's no brand associated to it. But what I'm trying to say over here, in conclusion, for public services, they could enable integration, they can enable intelligence, but if they do not consider the form factor, they probably would not consider inclusiveness for the people. And on that note, for inclusiveness of people, I'd like to move on to the next point, people. People wants 3 C's, and what are the 3 C's over here? Comfort, chop chop, chop chop is a Cantonese English colloquial slang for fast, and cheap and affordability. And in recent 1 year, people are yearning for cleanliness and hygiene, and that has been ranked top priority right now. And so this was why I actually put it together with comfort. Cities are ultimately the product of the people that lives in it. And so it is actually our duty to continue to engage with the community, to empower, to also educate them on the long-term benefit of sustainable transportation. And so I actually have a story to tell, again, based on one of this experience on the point for comfort. Again, with another engagement with another city, they desire to put in DRT, on-demand responsive transit. So for the less initiated, DRT usually put in place to complement a public transport network, preferably in places of low density. And so with this project, what they were expecting is to increase the adoption for DRT. And so what we did was we went on and we started working with local partners to do surveys and interviews. So on the point of comfort, we realized there's something called the willingness to walk. How far are they willing to walk to the nearest pickup and drop-off point? So how far is beyond the point of comfort? And we realized that on average, it's between 300 to 500 meters of walking. For certain places, I assume, like for instance, in the Middle East, it's probably a lot shorter because of the climate, the blistering heat in the Middle East. And in some places, it's as much as 800 meters to a kilometer. And the reason behind it is because the climate is pleasant, and probably the people, the community there is probably a lot more health conscious, and so they're willing to walk. And what that means also, it helps to compensate the public transport system, all right, with active mobility of walking. And on that note, potentially creating more efficiency to the transport network. With efficiencies, I'd like to touch on providers. Providers are given an extensive network to operate by the policymakers, and they will try to operate it within the efficiency means and the high utilization of their fleet that they own, the asset that they own. And last of all, it has to be an economical viable business model for the operators. So I'd like to share one example based on the first experience that I had in regards to efficiency, how policymakers can actually help in creating more efficiency for public transport or providers over here. So back to the first example where I mentioned about the town looking into putting in place autonomous fleets. And so this example over here, after understanding the fleet size, the fleet capacity, we also look into road networks. The different road networks, the different junctions, the different traffic rules as well. For this particular example, you see that there's actually a T-junction, all right? So for this T-junction, for a typical if you are self-driving on your own, you would probably be able to make a right turn. But for a self-driving car, it probably couldn't because of the perception logic, because it recognizes it as a fixed line. So what happened is we actually suggested the policymaker to probably adjust the fixed line to dotted line. And so the perception logic for the autonomous vehicle would be able to pick this up and make a right turn. And of course, this can be applied to other different junctions. Of course, traffic impact analysis needs to be put in place in order to assess by changing the marking lanes, lane markings, would that affect other things, particularly safety. So if that's actually addressed, then we would be able to go through with that. And so let's do a little recap over here of the 3 different components that make up the ITS living ecosystem: people, public services, people, and providers. The 3 I's for public services: integrated, intelligent, inclusiveness. The 3 C's that people usually desire: comfort, cleanliness, cheap. And for operators, for the providers, they yearn for the 3 E's: having an extensive network, running efficiency fleets or efficiency business, and of course, an economical viable business model. So ITS, it's a ecosystem that comprises of many organisms over here. So at PTV, we actually provide state-of-the-art simulation, modeling, and also intelligent transport management solutions for more than 2,500 cities in the world. So we are also proud of part of the ecosystem within Taipei and Taichung, together with the rest of the ecosystem providers. So in closing, over here, ITS will create an inclusive environment, an efficiency fleet, and most importantly, which I feel it's actually comfort. And when comfort is being addressed, you will probably not even feel it, but you cannot live without it. My name is David, so if you'd like to expand on this idea together with me, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Go. Mr. Go, thank you. Please take your seats, and thank you for walking us through the 3 critical elements in ITS, which are public services, people, and providers. Once again, thank you, Mr. Go, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for coffee. Coffee and tea is served outside. Please help yourselves. Our next session will start at 10 o'clock. In the next session, we're going to deep dive into autonomous vehicle and 5G application in ITS. Please be back by 10 o'clock. See you in a bit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in about 5 minutes. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin very shortly. Please kindly take your seats. We would also like to invite our guests to please move towards the front, as we still have a lot of plenty seats in the front. So you're very welcome to move towards the front. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. After the informative keynote speech earlier, in this session, we're going to invite experts at home and abroad to deep dive into autonomous vehicles. Please welcome the moderator for this session, Dr. Jianbang Liu from the ITS Deployment Team, MOTC. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Liu.
Thank you. What's your name? I think they're all curious about your name because your introduction and you got a good to charge this session. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. The floor is
Do you
yours,
have an
Dr.
answer?
Liu.
What's your name? Okay. Okay. Thank you for your coming to and attend this session. So the first session is autonomous vehicle. And I think the moderator, my job is to tell you how exciting this session will be and why, what you can take from this session, okay? So as we know, in Taiwan, we set up our unmanned transport mode technological and innovation regulation in late 2018. Okay, then in the mid of 2019, we have our officially launched that regulation. And then it's kind of autonomous vehicle or unmanned transport mode booming in Taiwan. So there are 8 ongoing projects of autonomous bus operation in Taiwan, different places. And I know in the afternoon, there another new project will be monitored by the committee. So, but after more than 1 year of launching the autonomous vehicle operation, and we need to count down what's the next. I always tell others what's the next. Other than my job now in MOTC, I got another mission or task in ITS Taiwan is the chairman of the ITS autonomous vehicle. So I interviewed to all the operators or the autonomous vehicle service provider or providers. They all concerned about what's the next. And but on the other hand, we got a good news last year. The KPMG, their autonomous vehicle readiness index, they included Taiwan as one of the monitoring country, and Taiwan ranked at 13th position. So it's not too bad, but we need to understand what's the next and how can we make it the autonomous bus running in real life situation and without drivers on vehicle. Can we fulfill that? So today we got 6 speakers, and the 6 speakers, the first speaker is from Singapore. So Singapore is ranked at the first place of the KPMG AVRI index. So we can learn something from the Alan's talking. And the second speaker is from Hong Kong, Charles So. He is the president of ITS Hong Kong, and he will give us their experience on autonomous vehicles operation experience. And then moving on to the third speaker is from Hungary. And as I know, he the company is one of the track and trade test company, a private company to do the track and test job of the autonomous vehicle. So we can learn something from the international, their real experience, and also private companies, how can they do the test job for the car manufacturing and also the autonomous vehicle. And then moving on, the fourth speaker will be a touring company, Stephen Liu, and he will tell us how safe is safe enough. He will introduce some of the ODD, operational design domain. And why ODD is so important? Because ODD means that can we understand all the scenarios autonomous vehicle can safely run on the real life. And because we know AI is important, but AI need to learn what is all the scenarios. That's our fourth speakers. And then the fifth speakers is getting more important. It's not mean that you are less important, but there are more. Because the fifth speaker is Gang Li from TTSB. He's also the professor in Taiwan University, and he got long experience in America. As far as I know, he once in Berkeley doing a autonomous vehicle test and do a great job. They have already many experience. He also talking about some issues in adopting autonomous vehicle. And the last but not the least speaker is Jason Zhang. He will give you a generous comments on the progress of our autonomous vehicle progress. So I think you can see that all the six very experienced speakers, you can learn what the experience they have and also what's the future we need to concern. So let's welcome to the first speaker from Singapore, Alan Quick. Thank you.
Very good morning to our guests of honor, friends of ITS Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Alan Kwek from Singapore. It is my honor to participate in the Smart City International Forum on ITS. I am currently a council member with the ITS Singapore and a director of Wellers Private Limited, responsible for the business development and operations of new mobility services, including autonomous vehicles in the Asia-Pacific region. My topic this morning is on accelerating future mobility in the new normal. First, allow me to introduce Singapore to you. Singapore is a small island city-state, denoted by the red dot here, with a total land area of approximately 726 square kilometers and having 5.69 million people living here today. This translates to a population density of close to 8,000 people per square kilometer, which is one of the highest in the world. In addition, more than 12% of the land is taken up by road networks today for the slightly less than 1 million vehicles that we have. Now, one of the key challenges that we face is the limited land space, which will continue to be a key challenge for us. With rising population, there is competing needs for land use for other areas such as commercial, housing, social, and recreation. Hence, there is very limited room for us to increase the road networks beyond 12%. Secondly, as with similar situations in many developed countries, the proportion of aging population is increasing, and by the year 2030, we will have more than 25% of the population who will be 65 years and above. We will need to ensure that our transport infrastructure and services are ready to support their mobility. The third challenge is the constant need to meet the changing diverse commuting demands and needs due to the increase in population and change in lifestyle and travel patterns. The fourth challenge is the increasing vehicle population. It is not possible for the vehicle population to continue growing with the very limited land space that we have. Otherwise, it will result in more congestions and reduce in productivity and efficiency. Now, in Singapore, public transport system forms the backbone of our transportation system and takes out 67% of the mode share. We aim to increase this public transport mode share to 75% by 2030. This, of course, is complemented by the other transport modes such as bus pooling, private cars, car sharing, and ride hailing, which in Singapore is called private hires. The government regularly reviews its master plans through consultation with the public and industry players. The latest Land Transport Master Plan 2040 was launched in May 2019 with 3 objectives. Firstly, it's a 40-minute city with 20-minute towns in 2040. This means that all journeys to the nearest neighborhood center will take less than 20 minutes, while journeys between home and office during peak hours should be completed in less than 45 minutes. Secondly, it aims to foster a gracious and caring commuting culture by providing transport for all. And thirdly, ensuring that our transport environment contributes to healthy lives and safer journeys. The on-demand autonomous service has been identified as a key initiative to achieve Objective 1 to fulfill first and last mile travel. We believe that the introduction of autonomous bus, for example, would help us solve part of the labor shortage issue and increase productivity. Driverless vehicles take away the emotional fatigue elements of human drivers, which are the main causes of most accidents on the road, thereby increases road safety. Besides, with V2X technologies, autonomous vehicles potentially would be able to communicate with other vehicles, and this enhances their situational awareness and allow them to move in a more compact and platoon manner. And lastly, it increases our overall R&D value as we position ourselves as a living laboratory and an ideal city for conducting AV tests in our so-called urban jungle. Now, our AV initiative started back in 2014, where the Ministry of Transport set up the Committee on Autonomous Road Transport for Singapore. In short, we call CARS, to chart the future for AV-enabled land mobility concepts in Singapore. It was chaired by the Permanent Secretary for MOT and comprised members from the relevant government agencies, renowned international experts, academics, and industry. The aim of CARS was to provide the thought leadership and guidance on the research, development, and deployment of AV technology and AV-enabled mobility concepts for Singapore, and study the associated opportunities and challenges. There are four main tracks identified for AV deployment in Singapore, namely fixed route and scheduled services for mass transport for intra and inter-town travel on a fixed route and scheduled basis. Point-to-point mobility on demand for first and last mile journeys, freight on carriage of goods, and utility, such as road sweepers, of which we foresee to meet our vision to reduce our car ownership, reduce congestions, and improve road safety. However, this can only be possible with enablers such as the readiness of technology, having wide public acceptance, and a robust regulatory framework. Now, a Center of Excellence for Testing and Research of Autonomous Vehicles was set up on the west side of Singapore in 2016 to support the authority in AV testing and certification process, as well as the development of AV standards. A small dedicated area was demarcated to allow AVs to be tested on public roads, where these are expanded progressively from 60-kilometer route to almost 70-kilometer of routes over the years. And this slide here shows the earlier AV players who participated in the trial. The AV area was further expanded to the entire western part of Singapore in 2020 to allow organizations to progressively test their vehicles in a wider range of traffic scenarios and road conditions in the hope to accelerate the development of autonomous technology and pave the way for the planned pilot deployment of AVs in towns in the early 2020s. Today, we have a number of new AV players, including our company Willis, conducting either trials or commercial deployment in various locations of Singapore, as shown in this slide. Our three AVs in Gardens by the Bay and Jurong Lake Gardens have operationally clocked more than 4,500 kilometers of travel, more than 600 autonomous hours, and ferried more than 6,000 passengers. Despite the ongoing COVID pandemic situations, companies are still pressing on to roll out a number of autonomous vehicles initiatives meant for different purposes. Two different types of autonomous road sweepers, known as autonomous environmental service vehicles, started trial in 3 different locations in January this year. This was then followed by the introduction of 2 driverless buses, a 7-meter and a full 12-meter bus on trial at 2 different locations, where the objectives were to bring the technology closer to being part of the public transport system. All these are part of the initiatives under the Emerging Stronger Task Force, we call it EST, that was set up by the government together with local companies in June last year to chart Singapore's recovery and to explore ways to create jobs that will be sustainable after the pandemic. Having a robust regulatory framework is essential for the safe technology trial to be carried out while being careful not to stifle the innovations and technology advancement. A regulatory sandbox for AVs were introduced in 2017, where amendments were done to our Road Traffic Act, or in short, we call it RTA, to allow autonomous vehicles testing on public roads. These amendments to the RTA gives the authority the flexibility to create and amend rules to facilitate AV trials on public roads as and when needed, while ensuring the safety of road users. This framework aims to minimize the occurrence of accidents, as AV operators are required to have qualified safety driver who will be able to take control of the vehicle in an emergency, hold third-party liability insurance, and share data from trials with the LTA. In addition to that, we have established a guideline and standards on AV to guide and support the development of fully autonomous vehicles deployment without a human operator on board. The technical reference, or TR68, is the result of an industry-led year-long effort administered by the Singapore Standards Councils The TR68 was launched in January 2019 and covers 4 areas, which are the basic behavior, safety, cybersecurity, including the principles and assessment framework, and the last part is on vehicular data types and formats. The COVID-19 has thrown a curveball to the transport industry. No urban transport system in the world was prepared for a crisis like this. We see a major shift in the human behavior and travel patterns in the past 1 year. It has literally affected the way we live, work, and play. People are now used to working from home, and companies are embracing the idea of having their staff to continue doing so, even after the pandemic. As a result, there is also increase in shorter distance travel. Morning and evening peak hours are flatter now, and we observe higher travel during the off-peak hours. There are higher expectations for clean and hygienic transportation. Now, these changes in the mobility landscape have been accelerated by the pandemic and might be here to stay for good. Now, building a modern urban transport system is based on demand momentum over time, and COVID-19 disrupted their momentum. Now is the time to rethink the introduction of new mobility concepts to tackle these new patterns and travel behavior. While industry might see short-term disruption to AV developments and rollouts, this disruption has created new opportunities for adoption of AV technology within new commercial segments where AV is seen as a vital component responding in times of emergencies and uncertainty. AV could provide value in ways that weren't as obvious as before. Example is contactless delivery via AV, which has created a business case for certain categories of automated transportation. Instead of regressing, the pandemic to a certain extent has accelerated the AV development forward and increases the demand for autonomous vehicle technology. At the same time, the COVID has reshaped consumer attitudes to public transport in ways that may benefit AV technology in the longer term. We do not see COVID-19 making the push towards AVs any less important. Rather, AVs continue to provide meaningful solutions to our labor challenges and remain relevant in reducing transmission risk. 3 new towns in Singapore have earlier been earmarked for the pilot deployment of AVs in the next few years. Autonomous scheduled buses and autonomous on-demand shuttles are planned to serve in the Punggol, Tengah, and Jurong Innovation District to provide convenient first and last mile connectivity for residents, workers, and students. The pandemic has not dampened the progress, but rather accelerated and catalyzed the industry's efforts to reinvent itself and to deploy these autonomous vehicles in these new towns to better handle the different needs and providing essential mobility services. And with that, I've come to the end of my presentations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for Alan's very fruitful presentation. And Alan is still online, so he can take some questions from you. So because the time limited, so I suggest to at the most 3 questions. So anyone would like to ask a question to Alan? Okay, yeah, Stephen.
Hi, Alan. This is Stephen from Turing Drive.
Hi, good morning.
My question is about the role and the preparedness of local operators like wheelers. How do you work with autonomous driving technology developers or AV manufacturers or so on? What kind of technical and other types of preparation or investment needed for local operators?
Thanks, Stephen. Yes, so wheelers, we are not AV developers, we are an operator. The AV developers basically focus very much on the technologies, on the software, on the AI, on the hardware sensors. But again, they're not too much into the operation aspect of AVs. Operating an AV is very different from operating a normal bus because there are so many sensors and there are so many AIs involved. And as such, operations of it takes on a whole new challenge and dimensions. So we came in to work very closely with the AV developers. For example, in our case, we work very closely with ST Engineering and also the Nabel platform, understanding the entire platform. And again, we are involved in getting the regulations approval for the vehicles, understanding the challenges they face, understanding the commercial aspects of, and making sure how to make the AV sustainable and also in the future for commercializations. Even today, we operate 3 vehicles in the gardens. It helps us to understand the people perceptions and public acceptance too. So it really helps us to gain a lot of knowledge through such a working relationships with the industry players, of course, and also together with the authority. Yeah. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay, any questions? Okay, yeah.
Hello, Alan. This is David Jen. I'm from TTSB, Taiwan. I'd like to ask you, you just mentioned about the AV vehicles has a lot of sensors and the software, that kind of things will be developed to improve the safety or the other efficiencies things, right? And I'd like to ask you, is in your program in Singapore, what kind of measures or framework you have done or you are going to do to validate or to make sure that things go in the right things, in the right direction? Can you talk about that? Yeah.
Yeah. So in Singapore, in order for the vehicles to be deployed on the roads, they have to go through different tests that's conducted by the authority as well as CITRAN. Earlier in the slides, I shared with you the CITRAN test circuit was set up. So of course, by going through, so basically they have a set of scenarios that they have to go through in the test circuit to make sure all the sensors are working fine. And at the same time, so they have to pass the test in order for them to be considered as roadworthy and to be deployed on the roads for deployment, for test, or for trial, or for even in the gardens part for commercializations. Yeah, so so we also work very closely with the industry to understand their sensors development, and we also look at how over time while we do the test trial in the gardens by the bay, we also look at how we could improve the sensors. Understanding the sensors issues, the challenges that we face. Also, of course, beyond the sensors, the kind of things that they detect in the surrounding environment, and how we could feedback this then to the AV platform providers and also sensor providers and see how they can improve on the sensors. So it's a kind of feedback loop, informations and sharing informations. I think that's important, and as a AV ecosystem. I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think due to the time constraints, let's moving on to the second speakers. And thank you, Alan. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so the second speaker is Charles So from Hong Kong. He's also used a pre-recorded video, and he won't take question. Okay, so let's move on to the second speaker, Charles So. He will talking about the AV development in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charles So from ITS Hong Kong. Thank you for ITS Taiwan to invite me to be one of the speakers of this International Forum 2021. Today, I would like to talk about the autonomous vehicle development in Hong Kong. I'll briefly talk about some backgrounds about Hong Kong and the trials of autonomous vehicles in Hong Kong and then looking ahead. Hong Kong, a very small place, only 1,100 square kilometers. We have a population of close to 7.5 million. Our length of well is around 260 kilometers, and length of public roads around 2,100 kilometers. We are facing elderly issues like other Asian countries. Our population over 60 is 26%. And our licensed vehicle fleet is not very large. It's around 800,000, but we have a very dense in terms of the road space. We have around 370 licensed vehicles per kilometers of public roads. We also have a very good public transport system, so our public transport riderships is around close to 90%. So not maybe different from other countries. The deployments of AV is trying to push for a higher public transport ridership, but in Hong Kong, I think our focus would be more on how to improve the convenience and the comforts of the PT trips by making use of the AV applications. Our government also issues the Hong Kong Smart City Blueprint 2.0. It's just released in December 2020. It's focused on 6 smart areas: smart mobility, smart living, smart environment, smart peoples, smart governments, and smart economy. And our focus today will be on smart mobilities. There are 4 sectors they have divided, like the intelligent transport system and traffic management, the public transport interchange and the parkings, the environmental friendliness in transport, and a smart airport. Let's have a look at our first blueprint, which was issued back in 2017. At that time, the focus would be how to develop all-in-one mobile apps, Hong Kong e-mobility, how to install the in-vehicle unit, introducing electronic road pricing, free-flow toll lanes, and also the trial of autonomous vehicles. And try to release more real-time information of the franchise bus, and try to establish a bicycle-friendly and walkable city. And also in terms of airport, try to provide some more hassle-free travel experience for passengers and seamless travel experience. And they're also looking to use the driverless vehicles in designated place in restricted areas. For the latest Blueprint 2.0, other than the smart mobility initiative developed in 2017, there are some new ones. It's like we have introduced a smart traffic funds. We develop a traffic data analytics system. We are going to conduct trial on the geofencing technology to enhance the bus safety. And we will continue to facilitate trial and use of the autonomous vehicles. And in terms of public transport interchange and parking, the focus is more on parkings. We will commission small autonomous parking system pilot projects, have more sensors on some non-meter on-street parking space to provide real-time parking vacancy informations. We also going to introduce some electric public light bus. And the airport side is also about parkings, about using the automations, video analytics, and IoT to enhance the airport operations, and also talk about the AV in certain pace applications. So you can see that actually there's not too much highlight on the autonomous vehicles in our smart city blueprint. It stayed the same, is to facilitate trials of AV. It didn't differ much in the Blueprint 1.0 and Blueprint 2.0. And for the trial of autonomous vehicles in Hong Kong, we have our first trials back in around 2017. And so far we have around 30 trials, and we have 7 trial sites of autonomous vehicles, mostly in some semi-government areas, in some technology parks, in some universities, and also the airport area. This is the trial, it's almost the first trial of autonomous vehicles in Hong Kong. It's at the West Kowloon Cultural District, which is 40 hectares areas composed of exhibition centers, cultural centers, and open space, and hotel and office. We adopt the Nabia AV. It's still in operation right now. It's open to public for all the park visitors during some daytime between 10 to 1 and 3 to 6. The next one is the trial of AV in our Zero Carbon Park and also the Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks. It's an AV introduced by a local company, Urban Systems Company Limited. They test the Mobi Toto, which is no more like a golf car, Mobi Jam, Mobi Yo-Yo in this area. They are all, most of them are like a trial during exhibition period. And more recently, they introduced a Mobi Pole, which will be tested at the Science and Technology Park. The focus will be more on the vehicle-to-infrastructures and on-demand mobile application integrations. Also, it will be a passenger transportation service. It will be with potentially 2 vehicles, and it will be a 2 years trials aiming to help the transport demand to test in how to integrate the AV public transport service, and so that to update our overall AV strategies and to rethink our legal framework and our regulations. And the more recent trial is more focused on the 5G's enabled autonomous vehicles. This one is by our Hong Kong Productivity Councils. Is the automotive parks and auxiliary systems RD center under the Hong Kong Productivity Councils. It focused on the 5G applications and the V2I also. The next one is by our Hong Kong Applied Science and Technology Research Institute, ASTRTPI. It developed some V2X technologies back in 2016 and started to get some road tests. And more recently, they have developed their own autonomous vehicles, and they plan to have a pilot project. It's a 14 kilometers of public roads. They use the 5G enabled autonomous vehicles to test, and they will partner with our transport departments to run these trials in the Sha Tin area to test more on this V2X technologies. It's planning to launch this year and will be last for 1 year. This is another autonomous vehicles application is at our Hong Kong airport side. It's autonomous trucks, mainly for package delivery. It's within the bonded area. It had been formally launched for applications on 30th of December 2019. I think it helps to relieve the labor difficulties and help to have a more consistent delivery of the package delivery in the airport side. The technologies, I think, is developed locally by a local firm, makes use of LiDAR video and all those similar technologies for the AV applications. It can greatly improve the efficiencies of the airport operations. So looking ahead, we have some policy that help to develop the ITS development in Hong Kong, like the Hong Kong Smart Mobility Roadmap. It developed Sigma visions, which integrated 5 objectives of smart mobilities for Hong Kong, like safety, informative, green, mobile, accessible. And then whenever we formulate our future's new smart mobility initiative, we will look at this Sigma concept, and then we will assess whether it's applicable to Hong Kong. And also we developed a smart mobility roadmap, which based on 3 major gear: the smart transport infrastructures, the applications and service, and also the data sharing and analytics. They are 3 gears which are discrete but quite interrelated. The 3 moving gears must be performed more coherently so that our smart mobility system, the entire ecosystem, can move forward smoothly and effectively. This is the concept of our smart mobility roadmap in Hong Kong. And AV, of course, is one of the action activities, applications within our smart infrastructures and application side. Our Transport Department also issued in December 2019 a guideline notes on the trial of autonomous vehicles. At present, the AVs cannot be used on the road under our road ordinance. The Transport Department will issue what we call movement permits under the ordinance to allow this kind of AV trial. And these new guidelines set out the mechanism to facilitate the applications for these movement permits. And you will cover the general requirements, the vehicle requirements, the driver and operators requirements, the safety management plan, how to keep our record, and the incident reporting procedures and the relevant applications. So this will be quite useful for our suppliers when they want to look at autonomous vehicle trials in Hong Kong. Another big step is the policy address last year. Our chief executive has taken forward a new autonomous transportation system at the airport side, which is to strengthen the overall transportation networks and capacities, linking up Sky City, which is a commercial and office centers near our airport, the Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau, Hong Kong port, which is the recent major infrastructure that link up Hong Kong and Zhuhai and Macau through road infrastructures, and the Hong Kong International Airport. And they also have a plan on the next step to extend this autonomous transportation system to connect with the adjacent Tung Chung Town Center, which is a new town nearby. So this is more or less the airport, the Hong Kong International Airport. And this is the Sky City, which is a commercial center. And this is the Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau boundary crossing point. And the know-how is the Tung Chung Town Center. So the planned autonomous transportation system in short term will be the red line to link up the Hong Kong port, the PCF, boundary crossing facility, with the Sky City by 2024. And then in longer term, it will be extended to the Tung Chung New Town, which is around 2027 and 2028. The current capacity is around 5,000 passengers per hour. So I show you a video that shows some animations of the future's autonomous system. This is Tung Chung New Town Centers to extend to Sky City and also the Hong Kong. I think this is one of the major projects that will be coming up for autonomous transportation system in Hong Kong. And this basically the end of my presentations. And I'm sure with the rapid development of the 5Gs and also 6Gs is also in the corner technologies, the deployment of AV will be getting more and more popular in Hong Kong and other parts of the world. And hope that my presentation today can give you a very brief background of the AV development in Hong Kong. And thank you for your time. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all in Hong Kong and Taiwan when the COVID is over. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's thank to Charles' great presentation. So from this presentation, we can understand that I think Taiwan, compared with Hong Kong, we are going at the same track for autonomous vehicle development. So we'll look the business model, maybe not from the autonomous bus, maybe from like a freight transport in the like closed area. And also, as I know, we are preparing to have autonomous vehicle running in airport, like Taoyuan Airport, and maybe we'll introduce to port, our the Taipei port and the other places. So I think we can do that step by step to fulfill our autonomous vehicle development. Okay, move on to the next speaker is Mr. Istvan Lechner. I think, yeah. He's from Hungary, and he will give us a presentation about the, I think it's car manufacturing and also the AV test and track. Okay, let's.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Smart City International Forum. My name is István Lechner, and I will present you the EVL Zalazon Proving Ground in Hungary. The Proving Ground itself is a state-owned proving ground operated by the EVL Hungary over a joint venture company, which is called EVL Zalazon Proving Ground. The Proving Ground itself has a vision and a mission not to only offer the classic services like renting a module and the customer doing their test by themselves, but offering also from low level but up to high level services, technical engineering services for the customer. What does it mean? For example, high level services that we can take over fully the test execution, planning, and data validation, and send you the results of the test. Of course, if you want to do by yourself the test execution, you are highly welcome in person at the Proving Ground. Beyond technical and engineering services, we're offering also other services like hotel organization, vehicle transport organizations, logistic services also. It's very important that we support you in every aspect, that you can focus 100% on your function development and testing. Let's see how it looks like, the Proving Ground. You see the Proving Ground modules, which are already finished, but also some of them in progress, and some other, like the high-speed oval, will be finished only in 2024. Yeah, it looks like a construction area, and still the Proving Ground in construction, but anyhow already in operation for over 1 year. Some modules like dynamic platform or handling curves, so as the braking platform, are already in operation for over 1 year. We separated the construction area and the test execution area, so you are not affected by the construction activities at all. Some modules will be finished this year, very soon the highway and the rural roads section, but this year will be by mid of year the EDAS service finished, and also this year the wet handling, the or low speed handling surface, and also the slopes. We offer in the technical center workshops and offices and tools for your vehicle maintenance, for example, but also small meeting rooms for your meetings during a test trip. A very special and unique point is the smart city area, the D area on the picture. I will focus later on it more. And the actual picture from February this year, you see the ADAS surface in very good progress, so as the highway and the multi-rural road. So we are on time. Let's see the smart city. It's a special, unique point at the EVA Zalazon proving ground because this focuses very much on the autonomous and connected functions, which in the future we see a very big need for the customers to test these functions and systems. What is smart city? Smart city is a compromised city environment where you can find all the junction, roundabouts, multi-lane and different areas, what you can find also in the city, but in a very compromised area. And of course, you are in the safe place where you can test your system and functions already in the earlier development phase where they are maybe not so robust. The different areas, the 5 different areas, is not only meant as the different functions, but also you can use this area separately. So maybe you want to test your autonomous parking functions in the number 1 low speed and parking area. Another customer can test the T-junction function in the T-junction area and other functions. It is available to test different customers in the different areas. Of course, if you want to use the whole smart city just by your own exclusive booking, the smart city area is also available. This is a 3D picture about smart city, how it will look like in the 100% maturity stage. It's important that it's not only road network and markings, but also buildings. And buildings, I mean, it's with real material, with concrete, with glass, and so on. So for your radar, your sensors, it's from the reflection point of view, it's absolutely the same behavior in the real city environment. So if you test your system here and you reach a kind of robustness, you can be sure that in the real world behaves also the same way. And this is the status from December 2021. You see the smart city is already from the road network and the markings point of view finished. What you missed, the building, the construction phase will be start right now. And you won't see, not only because it's hard to see on the picture, but there is no traffic signs available at least as a fixed setup. We offer more than 100 different traffic signs for you. So if you have a requirement or DVP, how to test your or how to execute your test, we set up for you the environment what you need. Also road markings. If you have a special requirement to road markings, there are temporary road markings also available. So if you plan a test, just send us your requirement and we'll set up the physical environment according your need. Beyond physical environment, the communication environment is also a pretty important side of the testing. In the future, autonomous vehicle connectivity, it's a tremendous important field. So we offer you not only physical environment, but also the network environment on the proving ground. As there are different technologies in connectivity, we offer also these different technologies in development phase, so we can adapt them to your requirement. And not only in the smart city, as you see the red points on the picture, on the other modules, we offer also connectivity functions. For example, if you want to test platooning functions on the highway, connectivity functions available there also. Beyond the physical and communication environment, we offer also the equipments and tools like dummies, platforms, other vehicles, localization unit, GGPS, and so on. We offer also a standard NCAP, Euro NCAP test equipment toolset from AB Dynamics, and not only the equipment, but we also offer you that we set up the full testing scenarios with programming, the platforms and dummies and so on, so you can focus 100% on your own functions. And if you reached with your functions and system a kind of robustness that you can go outside of the proving ground on the official road in Hungary, you can test autonomous function up to level 4 without any problem on the official road. Even though advantage of the proving ground that we have two different border very close to the proving ground, the Austrian and the Slovenian border. So you are able also to test your cross-border, your connectivity function cross-border. This was my presentation for the Zala zone proving ground, and with a high focus on the smart city. If you have any more any questions or need more information or interest, just please connect me on the contact you see there. Of course, I have lots of more information to the standard modules as well. And yeah, just please contact me. I thank you very much for your pay attention, and I wish you very fruitful and nice congress ongoing. And as a closing, I would like to show you a smart video from the proving ground. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Okay, let's thank to Mr. Istvan Lechner's presentation. I think that from this presentation we can feel that the role for the Zala zone is kind of like our ARTC or VSCC, or like our Southern autonomous vehicle testbed. So maybe we can have some communication and some collaboration with the Zala zone. If you are interested, you can give question to the speaker. Okay. After the three speakers from the international, and then move on to our native speaker. The fourth speaker, Mr. Stephen Liu, he will talk about their autonomous vehicle development. Okay, let's welcome Stephen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. It's a great honor for Turing Drive to be here and talk about the AV industry from a rather practical point of view. So rather than giving you a company introduction, I would like to briefly touch upon what we have been doing and pause for some thoughts or some questions. But first, a little bit about our background. Turing Drive started in 2018. Most of the founding members studied or worked in the ITS field. And over the past 2 years, we have been testing the autonomous driving system across Taiwan in many sites. And a little bit of a consensus building. I hope that most of you would agree that autonomous driving is set to address the inefficiency and unsafe problems in many scenarios, either on public roads or in special environments. This is the reason why we developed the autonomous driving system. So we'll start with why we're doing this and how we are developing our systems and what we have achieved, and then finally where we are probably heading for. And then I bet that most of you would also agree that today's transportation system is not that efficient. A lot of information is discontinued, is discontinuous or fragmented. And that's why we expect that future mobility will have seamless information flow so that we can achieve higher efficiency. And autonomous driving or autonomous vehicles will play a very important role in this world. However, it's not easy. We would also agree that autonomous driving technologies are not mature in most cases around the world, at least not in every places at every time, and not in Taiwan, especially not for us. Even the best performing companies like Waymo have to interfere with their AV for a few thousand miles, after every few thousand miles. So it's not that easy. But should we stop developing it? Of course not, because we have done quite a few things. And why don't we try to realize autonomous technologies in some ready environment? So this is where I would like to share with you the concept of operational design domain proposed by American regulators and supported by many AV developers around the world. ODDs are actually a set of parameters defining the operational conditions of autonomous driving vehicles. For example, weather conditions, road conditions, traffic conditions, use cases, and so on. So when you define a set of ODDs, you can clearly know when and where your AV is going to work or not. And if you can clearly define the ODDs and realize your autonomous technologies, you can definitely close the information gaps and try to move forward to the closed loop information flow I was talking about. Okay. And another concept that we've been developing is the suitable scenarios for autonomous driving. That is, where are the suitable ODDs? And these are the areas we believe that we'll see autonomous driving vehicles very soon. These are the special conditions, special service modes, especially for low-speed vehicles. So low-speed autonomous vehicles will be realized in harbor areas, in campuses, in factory sites, in all those kind of special ODDs. So that's why we've been developing the system for low-speed vehicles. And this is the area that is quite ignored around the world. It's ignored by the car makers, by most starring firms, startups. And it's not because the market is small or because this is easy. No, on the contrary, it's very challenging and the market size is very big. Now, let me share you what or how we've been developing the system. For example, we have to make the vehicles controlled by wire to be controlled by computers, to be exact. And we've been dealing with 4 types of vehicles over the past 2 years. And we've been working on the precision localization technology to deal with very challenging environment where GPS signals or RTK signals are poor, where car lanes are blurred, or where there is a lot of interference with current sensors. So by sensor fusion, we can achieve very high level of localization. And for example, we can also use cameras to identify the drivable areas in front of us and try to steer the vehicle in the middle. We have to utilize mapping services or high-definition maps. We are still developing the protocols or the suitable HD map for autonomous driving, but we've been benefiting a lot from our Japanese shareholders, Kogyo Kokusai Corporation. And of course, we have to do the sensor fusion among different sensors like camera and radar, and then try to deploy these sensors not just on board but also at crossroads as a kind of vehicle to infrastructure communications. And for sure, we've been developing a mission planner or a backend OCC to monitor and control the vehicles. But what's most important is that we've been developing our system according to different ODDs, different operational design domain. And we've been working on this modularized system, starting from the vehicle platform at the bottom, and try to install the autonomous driving hardware, the computers in the middle, and build the autonomous driving software on top of it, and then try to integrate with other demand generation applications. And now I would like to pause here and share with you some ideas about future autonomous driving industry. We believe that the vehicle platform will probably be fully taken over by the car makers, and there will be someone who deal with the hardware or even build up the operating system for autonomous driving. And that's probably a very interesting thing for us to think about. And in other words, we have been collecting data from the real world and try to processing and add value to that, and then make the data structured and can be used by others. That's what we've been doing. And then finally, what we have achieved over the past few years, we have been developing the prototypes or the vehicle platforms to be tested across Taiwan, in Taoyuan Agriculture Expo, in Libao Amusement Park. That's a perfect ODD, a special environment with defined use cases. And we have developed fully autonomous golf carts within a golf course in Taiwan. And we've been running a fixed route service within a train depot. And in the meantime, we are preparing for open road testing in Taoyuan City. It should be open to the public in the next few weeks. And finally, we have been testing the bus along Chinyi Road on dedicated bus lane at off-peak hours. Some of you might have experienced that. And the goal is to duplicate this kind of service model to other bus lanes or other clearly defined road sections in downtown or urban scenarios. And then we've been keep thinking about where we might be heading for. So in the future mobility where autonomous vehicles are true and operating, maybe there will be more needs for, there will be stronger needs for data translation, transmission, and exchange. And probably AV will contribute more to the efficiency and safety of the mobility system as a whole, and AV and AVs, or fleets and fleets, will build their own exchange systems. And that's some of the questions we've been pondering. Thank you very much, and I hope to learn from you as well.
Okay, let's thank to Stephen Liu's great presentation. Okay, because of time constraint. So if you have any questions, he's very pleased if you give the question after the session we have during the coffee break. Thanks, Stephen. Okay, so from the industrial perspective, next we're moving on to our policy perspective. Let's welcome Gang Li. He will give us the presentation entitled Policy Issues Associated with Automated Driving Systems. Let's welcome Gang Li.
Hello? Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Liu's introduction. Um, um, I think all of you are familiar with autonomous driving system. In the past 5 to 10 years, we have heard about all the promising future of automated driving system and the service enabled by this technology. But today, I'm going to talk about these issues from a different perspective. So the title of my speech is policy issues associated with automated driving system, especially during the post-sandbox periods in Taiwan. In our government, especially at the Executive Yuan and also the Ministry of Transportation and Communication, I think the government officials are now preparing, entering the next phase for implementing the automated driving system in public roads and even to provide the service for the general public. So there are still many critical issues to be addressed. And so today I would like to raise some key issues that I jointly developed in this presentation slide with Stephen Stroudover, who is the past director it's a long time ago. I think for most of you who are seniors in the ITS community know him. He's well known in vehicle automation. He has devoted his career to vehicle automation for more than 3 decades. So here shows that a project that was conducted in 2014 to 2015 is, I think it's probably the world's first automated bus for revenue service project that was carried out in the capital of Oregon State in Eugene. And I think you can play this video. And according to SA's automation level, I think this system.
April 14. Run 18 normal run.
Yeah, the automated driving system in this project is designed to allow the driver to really be hands-off from the wheels, from the steering wheel. So the driver can only control the speed pedal and the brake pedal when the automated driving system is on. Why they develop this system? Automation is not the goal, right? So in order to address some issues involved in this kind of articulated bus operation, driving fatigue, and also maintaining drivers' capability while taking care of customers getting on board and off. So on this road, you can see that it's not very wide, not very spacious, but the speeds can be up to 35 miles per hour. It's kind of curvy, especially the trees center around these curvy roads. So in order to control this articulated bus, very much efforts are put on the steering control system development. But nowadays, the automated driving system are not actually mature yet. I will tell you why. Go. Especially for those heavy-duty vehicles, the heavy buses and the trucks, the steer-by-wire system is actually not mature yet. So at PASS, they spent more than 2 decades developing all kinds of automated driving systems for different kinds of applications. By the definition of SAJ 3016, the automated driving system is defined that the hardware and software are collectively capable of performing the entire dynamic driving task in a sustained basis, regardless of whether it is limited to a specific operational design domain. We heard about this term several times this morning. And it represents the SA level 3, 4, or 5 driving automation. So it doesn't normally require drivers' technical or operational actions or supervision to maintain safety. So it implies that there's no need to put a safety driver behind the wheels if the automated driving system is really mature. But in today's, we have seen quite many crash resulted from this kind of automated driving systems. As most of you in Taiwan already noticed the news, that is just happened. This just happened yesterday. Crash. I think it's very, very likely due to the Tesla Model 3's autopilot system's failure, according to the owner of this vehicle. But last year, the same company's automated driving system failure resulted in crash in a highway in Taiwan. And it's actually not a single case. Actually, it happened quite often over the world, not just in Taiwan, but in US and also in mainland China. So today, I would like to draw your attention on the policy challenges for ADS. And we provide 9 issues that we believe are important at this point, especially for our regulation authority on transportation and also for these technology developers. So the number 1 is the marketing hype producing unrealistic expectations. Second, the technology challenges not understandable by the general public and the policymakers. Number 3, no recognized authority for trustable information. Number 4, no technical standards for performance or scenarios. And number 5, no agreement on how safe is safe enough. And this question has been often raised in many conferences in ITS or vehicle control research community. Number 6, the ADS doesn't fit existing regulatory frameworks. The existing regulatory framework is mainly developed based on the assumption the driver is a human. Okay, so number 7, it needs the need for close public, private, and the infrastructure vehicle cooperation. And I think we are doing quite well in Taiwan ITS. We put very much efforts to integrate the government resources and our private sector's R&D resources. Number 8, the combination of vehicle information technology and the roadway infrastructure industries. And number 9, the diverse opinions about overall societal goals to serve. And due to the time constraint, I think I won't go through all the details, and I will just highlight some key points relating to those 9 policy challenges. Our marketing hype challenge, I think media must take some major responsibility. I know we have some friends in media, they are sitting in this room. So the media are motivated to amplify industry hype and more clicks online. But fortunately, the industry has started to recognize the risks of public backlash. Secondly, understanding ADS technologies is quite complicated to integrate all the sensors, communication system, all the control software, AI perception, algorithm. We have to put them all together and integrate them and validate them in a systematic way. But the methodology to validate this technology automated driving system is not actually mature yet. From the control system perspective, the so-called AI in the loop system is not actually a deterministic system. It's actually a random system because the system is subject to all kinds of uncertainty from inside and also from outside, also from the user itself as well. So in order to addressing these issues, we highly recommend we should address the ADAS safety issue from the risk management perspective. And we have to understand how to evaluate and assess the threat or the safety level of a probabilistic system, which means we have to develop a methodology from a statistical point of view in order to assess and validate an automated driving system that can really provide a service for the general public. This is also the lesson we learned from the aviation industry. As stated in today's open remarks delivered by the TTSB chairman, the aviation industry spent more than 2 decades to develop the autopilot system and accept its safety level to provide a service for the civil airlines. And we know we also have a pilots, a very senior pilot sitting in this room. Yeah. So since the time is up, I saw your plate. So we can move to the next slides. So the review of current status, only modest progress today on resolving ADS policy issues, mainly because ADS technology is still in its infancy and not well understood yet. And the rate of progress is increasing as a few ADS developers have gained maturity from at least a decade of work and can provide more realistic perspectives. And the policy development are actually varying widely internationally. And this morning we have 4 speakers from overseas, and it's good things. And so I would like to recommend and also propose that we work together with our international colleagues in ITS community to address about 9 policy issues and even more. Thank you very much.
That's thanks to Dr. Gang Li's great presentation. As you can feel that he got very, very rich experience in autonomous vehicle, not only in academia, but also in industry. So, and also in policy and regulation. So if you got any question, you are welcome to ask him after the session or email or contact to him. I think he will be very happy to give you answer or discuss with you. Okay, move on to the last but not the least, the speaker from National Taiwan University, Professor Jason Zhang. He will give us a presentation entitled Challenges and Opportunities for Autonomous Bus as a Service. Okay, we will learn a new term, autonomous bus as a service. Let's welcome Dr. Jason Zhang.
Thank you very much. It seems I have only negative 15 minutes, right? It's really my pleasure to be invited to share with you the opportunity and challenge for autonomous bus as a service. As you know, the last August, KPMG, together with our ITS Taiwan, organized, of course, Mr. Wu Mengfen, the chairman of TTIA, worked on an international symposium on autonomous bus. At that time, our minister, Lin Jialong, announced that we are going to form our national team on autonomous bus. You see, it's already almost 6 months, and what happened? What is progress for this national team? So I would like to identify some opportunity for this development, and also, of course, emphasize on the challenge we have for that direction. First of all, I'll give you my perception on the opportunity from the local perspective and also from the international perspective. And then identify some critical issue and challenge. I would also share with you what will be the next for Taiwan and for the collaboration among our international partners for development of autonomous bus. And you see the picture there, that was the opening, right after the opening address by our minister last August. And autonomous bus as a service is definitely part of the future mobility. So what will be the future mobility? This is the simplest way to describe the future mobility I can find from the literature. You see, the future mobility must be intermodal, connected, convenient, customized, shared, and encouraging more sustainable mode, like public transport, cycling, walking. And of course, with the new mobility solution, together with the autonomous vehicle and mobility. In terms of opportunity for autonomous mobility, this is what I observed from the local and from the global perspectives. From the local, you can see two aspects. One is from the market. It's already been estimated the market for AIoT will be reached up $5.8 trillion in the coming decade. And market for autonomous vehicle will be up to 6.7 trillion by 2035, while you can see that robot taxi will be first implemented by 2025. And of course, people look at the climate change, new energy application, and look forward to the low carbon future. And we believe that Shell autonomous mobility will be reach that goal of the low carbon future. And we also believe that livability and public health benefit will be obtained from this autonomous electrified mobility. And of course, last but not least, road safety issue. Road safety has been considered as the human rights. So how to apply automated mobility to enhance the safety is a critical issue. As you know, every year we have 1.3 million fatality, more than 50,000 injury around the world. So 93% of the traffic accident due to the human behavior. So automated driving is one of the key for eliminate those human faults. Okay. From the other side, Taiwan perspective, we have the National Foresight Plan. We have several so-called 造园产业, trillion industry initiatives. And our national plan, national policy is very clear, electrified vehicle development. By 2030, 16,000 buses will be electrified. By 2035, all the motorcycle will be electrified. Although the current Prime Minister has different view, different version, different opinion, but I believe the new Prime Minister will be reinitiate the 2035 motorcycle electrified policy. By 2040, all the cars will be electrified. I think it's a very clear message for us. Of course, electrify smart autonomous bus is one of the direction for the sustainability. And our ministry has already established the board of transport science technology industry. So safety and services economy is the main goal for that scientific and technological board, okay? And of course, mobility as a service, mobility as a social service, on-demand and inclusive mobility are also being included in our national transportation plan. So I have only 5 minutes, right? When you talk about the autonomous vehicle, it is already achieved this direction that we have so many benefits as listed here: safety, energy saving, energy emission reduction, less environmental impact, less road-related infrastructure, such as a parking space. But without sharing, without shared mobility, it will not happen. So UITP, the International Union of Public Transport, initiated a project called SPACE, shall personalize automated connected vehicles. It is said that public transport should be the center for autonomous mobility. So what will be the opportunity for autonomous bus as a service? 4 areas have been identified for priority implementation. Share and integrate mobility, like the trunk line, like the autonomous rapid transit, or the feeder bus system for train or for the MRT, tourism and geo-marketing, tourism as a service in the recreation area, and of course, last mile delivery of goods, home logistics. So autonomous bus, it's not just carrying passenger, but also the goods, small parcel, okay? Last but not least, the CT monitoring system. And also we look at the 4 I's for implement autonomous bus services, which means the autonomous bus should be intermodal, one of intermodal in the whole ecosystem. It should be integrated with other transportation system. And no matter what kind of autonomous vehicle, they should be interoperable. And last but not least, the autonomous bus should provide inclusive services for our citizens. So this provides the great opportunity for implementation of autonomous bus. And this is a picture provided by UITP. It's not run out of time. It emphasizes the all combination and the role of autonomous bus in the city area. As I mentioned, The public transport is the quickest way to reach the fully autonomy, particularly in the exclusive bus lane, just like the touring system in Taipei Xinyi Road. And all kinds of comparison, I don't have time. Based on the literature review, we'll find out more than 65 systems being implemented, trial around the world for autonomous bus operation. And you can see more than 127 tracks being implemented. Until last month, almost 150 autonomous buses running on the street, on the pedestrian area, in the closed field. This is one of the famous projects initiated last April in the corridor of Detroit and Ann Arbor. So the government of Michigan DOT tried to use the project to identify the necessary digital infrastructure for autonomous bus and a vehicle together in that corridor. In Taiwan, we already have very good legal framework, okay, since 2018, okay? And we have lots of trial. I think more than 10 trials on the way in Taiwan. We have very good progressive. This is one of the projects in Taoyuan. Several projects, in different cities, initiated by our several ministries, and also together with city governments. And people talk about ART, Autonomous Rapid Transit. Tainan is one of the cities that being compare different options. And ART is one of the options since last June. But the mayor, Huang, has not made final decision. Okay? I was told that he will make decision in his next term. I'm not sure it's correct or not. And last May, we also have the initiative organized by the Taoyuan city government. I think Mayor Zheng is very aggressive to implement ART in an intelligent trial zone in Taoyuan City. This is one of the events organized by Taoyuan city government and together with our Ministry of Transport and Communications. So what would happen for this implementation? Why Mayor Huang, has not made a final decision? Why even Mayor Zheng, very aggressive, trying to implement ART? Why they didn't make such one jump to implement autonomous bus as a service? Because lots of challenges there. So I would say from our trial in the past 2 or 3 years, this is what we observe challenge. First one, technology. I love some beers, every day, after hard working, particularly craft beer, So all the autonomous bus right now, I would say is crafted, handmade, which means it's not being certified or verified from the industry standard, And in terms of option, the operator, bus operator, has not observed the benefit and life cycle cost, okay? And also, the operation and maintenance capability is lack, in the current moment, okay? Although, all the trial, ask the operator should join together, but they're still hesitating because most of the trial are I would say, technological driven rather than operational driven. Okay? And the third one is the service, the passenger perception. So how to bring the confidence, we've been ranking top 13, right? Mr. Wu, right? Top 13 around the world for the readiness of autonomous vehicle. But most weak part is the user perception. So how to increase the confidence, enhance the confidence for passenger. And last but not least, the legal and policy issue. Okay, and it's not just in Taiwan. In the past, 10 years, from my collection, there are 42 research report or paper for autonomous bus. 42. And the legal and policy issue, only 6% of them being explored. Okay, which means we still lack of the experience and research in these aspects. So that's the challenge. So we cannot, bring the confidence to the decision maker. Say, hey, let's go for the ART. And from a global perspective, I need another 2 minutes. Sorry. The main challenge is the value chain. Okay? You see, for autonomous vehicle, 3 main value chain: vehicle, infrastructure, network, and services. But now most of the country focus on the vehicle, unfortunately. Okay? We need more pay more attention on the infrastructure, network, and services. The second part is how to form the value chain and the ecosystem for autonomous bus as a service. I just list several important components of the value chain and the ecosystem, which is the vehicle manufacturer, technology, free size management, fleet orchestration, okay? All the dispatching, combination of different size of the public transport, and coordinate with other public transport and share mobility, and of course, mobility service platform. So we lack of this comprehensive value chain and ecosystem. So it's, of course, the challenging, is also our opportunity. So next step, I leave you here. So many things we need to do to overcome those challenges and barriers, okay? For example, we need good policy for sustainable mobility. We need ecosystem, okay? And not just for mobility as a service, we need mobility as a social service for aging society, for our senior, for our long-term care policy, okay? And like user behavior, but although we still need a few years to implement, to have the business model for autonomous buses service, but those technology apply on those autonomous vehicles can apply now to enhance the safety, efficiency, and service quality for the operation of public transport and DRTS. So government, I think I would suggest that should do more effort in terms of legal instrument, financial instrument, communicated instrument, more marketing, and of course, the government can initiate and buy, the autonomous fleet, first. So let me conclude my speech by, we already identified the opportunity and challenge. So probably we need to have a smart corridor pilot study, okay? And we need to have a scale, fleet size, 30 buses, to 100 autonomous buses, to have a real trial in that smart autonomous corridor. Okay, of course we need to put more our effort on the legal transformation and the government's instrument. Okay, and last but not least, we need to form alliance, PPPP. It's not just 3P, 4P, public, private, people partnership. Okay, this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let's give big applause to Professor Jason Zhang's excellent and fruitful presentation. Thank you, thank you. Due to the time constraint, so let's give big applause to all the speakers this session, and let's big applause thanks to all the speakers. So let's end this session now in order to have the next session smoothly. So I'll hand on the microphone to Professor Cho.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu, for sharing the session, and a big thank you to all the speakers in the first session for sharing with us the latest development in autonomous vehicle. We have learned about several ongoing pilot projects as well as the policy framework. In the second session, we're going to shift our focus to 5G application in ITS. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator for the second session, Professor Yujun Cho from the Department of Transportation and Logistics Management, National Yangming Jiaotong University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Cho.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Y.C. Chiu from National Jiaotong University. I'm very honored and pleased to chair this session. This session is about 5G application in ITS. We have 5 wonderful speeches. The first speaker would be Dr. Wu Kun-rong. He is the Vice President of the Data Communication Business Group of Zhonghua Telecom. He will going to give us the talk on the 5G innovative application in ITS. We also have a second speaker from the Joyce Chen, Miss Joyce Chen, from she is a senior director of the Transformation Office of Far Eastern Telecom Company. And she will give us the talk on how a Far Eastern Telecom Company provide the service or the solution to the transportation issues. We have also third speakers were from they were delivered by the Mr. Liu Wenkai. Mr. Liu will give us a talk on how they use the 5G application to improve scooter safety. And we also have a fourth speaker in our sessions, is the Michael Lee. Lee would, he is the directors of the from the III. Sorry, is from the Institute Industry Technology of for the Research Institute. He will going to give us the talk on the application of the transportation systems, how the apply these 5G technologies. Last but not least is our speakers, Wu Mengfen. Mr. Wu is the president of the TDIA. I believe the guests in this room will know him pretty well. He was also is the former deputy of the minister of the Multi-Xi. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Wu, to give us this first talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Cho, other speakers, and everyone, good morning. This is Kunrong Wu from Data Communication Business Group, Chunghwa Telecom. And it is my pleasure to share our experience in 5G. And the title of my presentation is 5G Innovative Applications of Intelligent Transportation. According to Deloitte research, 5G will change the outlook of smart cities, including smart security, smart energy, and smart mobility. From this report, we can see that the scenarios of smart mobility are more diverse, such as intelligent traffic planning, vehicle protoning, remote driving, and autonomous driving. As 5G refers to the fifth generation communication standard, it has three main core functions: large broadband, low latency, and massive communication. Compared with 4G networks, 5G networks can provide faster speeds and lower transmission delays. 5G ITS have innovative applications in various transportation fields. Some fields have mature development applications in the 5G networks. But after introducing 5G networks, it brings more possibilities, such as smart railway, traffic information, autonomous vehicles, and navigation AR assistant fields. On the other hand, some fields require 5G network to achieve, such as road safety, high-speed rail entertainment, emergency vehicle priority, fleet, proton, and remote drive. In the following slides, I will cover 4 use cases of Chunghwa Telecom across smart railway, traffic information, road safety, and autonomous vehicles. The first use case is train status monitoring system. The project was funded by the Industry Bureau of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and Chunghwa Telecom established a train status monitoring system. The experimental train vehicle traveled between Keelung and Jiayi, collecting data including real-time train location, train exhaust temperature, air quality in the carriages, and the exhaust abnormal events. The collected data is sent from the train to the IoT platform by 4G or 5G network and the data is sent regularly in a 30-second cycle. And I use the IoT platform to monitor, for example, when the temperature exceeds of the temperature of the axle of the train exceeds 70 degrees for more than 3 minutes. An abnormal event report will be created. The system can also monitor the number of people in each carriage, and the purpose of the monitoring is to reduce congestion. For cameras installed in each carriage returns crowd information to the IoT platform. The railway operators can see the degree of congestion in each carriage, from not crowded to very crowded. Use case number 2 is smart traffic flow. This is a project carried out in 4 cities in southern Taiwan. They are Jiayi City, Jiayi County, Tainan City, and Kaohsiung City. The purpose of this project is to use real-time traffic flow data analysis to assist in adaptive traffic signal control and the early warning of traffic condition. There are 2 sources of traffic flow. One comes from the cameras installed at the intersections, and the other comes from mobile phones moving along the road, namely CVP, which is cellular-based vehicle probe. Data processing turns data sources into approach turning ratios and CVP travel times. Those information is used for further signal timing optimization and real-time traffic information. Use case number 3 is to improve intersection safety. To achieve the purpose of collision warning for road users, we use V2S, which is cellular vehicle to everything technology with 5G low latency characteristics for blind spot detection, and use data processing with edge computing to detect the locations of cars and pedestrians, then sending out real-time data through roadside units to other devices. This is a case example of 5G smart bus pilot project in Taipei. The test site is located at an intersection in Xinyi district. When the bus turns, the turning signal data is sent out with 5G network to IoT platform. Then the IoT platform will remotely control the LED display to alert the road users through sounds and lighting up the LED display. Let's see the video. In video, LED lights up when 5G smart bus turns. Okay, let's go to use case number 4. This use case is the project of new Taipei autonomous electric bus number 168. And it is the first autonomous shuttle bus used for public transportation. The operation of this project is divided into two phases. The first phase is no passenger phase from April to August in 2020. The other phase is to open to the general public beginning in August to the end of 2020. Passengers can make reservations in advance or wait in line at the stations. The route runs between Kanding Station and the Meilixin Square Station. The total round trip is about 1.2 kilometers. The project has three purposes. First, it provides proof of autonomous bus service for public transit. It collects practical operation data for users, vehicles, or roadside units for evaluation. Third, the most important thing is to serve as a reference for the further promotion of autonomous buses. The achievements of New Taipei Autonomous Bus Project are summarized as follows. The operation trips was 6618 times, and the operation hours was 1339 hours. On-time rate was 96.5%. Total mileage was 6768 kilometers, and disengagement rate was 2.6%. New Taipei Autonomous Electric Bus is not only a means of transportation, but also a technological development. It also represents a shift in people's choice of transportation across the area. And this is the end of my experience sharing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wu. Give us a variety of the application of made by the China Zhonghua Telecoms, from the intersection safety improvement to the autonomous bus. Okay, thank you. But due to the time limitation, I will ask not to take any question from the floor. So should you have any question, please approach two speakers right after these sessions, okay? So let's move on to the next speakers. Mr. Joyce Chen, you are going to give us some FET's solutions to the transportations. Thank you. Please give big hand to her. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Cho. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Joyce Chen from Far EasTone Telecommunication, FET. Today, I'm going to briefly introduce you what kind of role telecom operators can play in ITS. And I will give you some examples of the smart transportation solutions FET has been developed in recent years. So telecom or wireless communication has played a pretty important role for transportation industry. Wireless communication and connected vehicle have been evolved altogether for like decades. About 20 years ago, there was GPS at 2G or 3G, and at that time, there's already SIM card in some onboard devices for connected vehicles or connected car. Most use cases are for map navigation. And when it comes to 4G, in less than 10 years ago, there's a 4G technology, and there's also narrowband IoT network technology, which supports different use cases. With 4G, it makes video streaming possible. For narrowband IoT, it provides low-cost data transmission for Internet of Things. And then last year, we come to 5G era. 5G plays an even more important role for connected vehicle and or in transportation industry. There are three key characteristics of 5G. First one, it offers big bandwidth and high speed. So it makes it possible to transmit bigger files in faster speed. Second characteristic, it supports millions of connections, concurrent use all at the same time. Third one, it offers high reliability and low latency. And so it enables autonomous driving possible. Even more importantly, V2X, the standard has been incorporated into a 3GPP standard. So 5G supports CV2X as well. So what telecom operators have been doing? So you have listened the speech from Chunghwa Telecom. Far EasTone, at the same time, we are doing something similar, but we have our own plan for transportation industry. So here I'm going to share with you some of the use cases or some of the solutions that we have developed. I categorize that into three key categories. The first category is FET's big data application. With telecom signals, we collect the signals and we analyze those data, and then we can provide insight for government for traffic planning and for tourism planning. So in next 2 pages, I'm going to give you some real cases. Second category, connectivity, of course. So nowadays, we offer narrowband IoT, 4G or 5G, these different network connections to different things or to hardware or vehicles. Third category, we also offer some transportation total solution, IoT solutions, which means we integrate hardware, network, and software platform to make it a total solution for the industry. There are some examples that we have developed. First example is for parking and electric vehicle charging solution or platforms. Second is we use computer vision AI technology to offer safety control and monitoring. I'll give you some example on this area later as well. And the third one is CV2X for road intersection safety monitoring. So these are all the solutions that we have been developed. For V2S is still in early stage, but we started some pilot program and some early study. And we believe that it's something will be very important in the coming near future. So in the next few slides, I'll give you examples of each categories. Here, the first one is the big data insight for traffic planning. So with all the signals that we collected and analyzed, we apply some algorithm or AI technology to share some of its important information with local government or with central government for traffic and tourism planning. We have developed several kinds of modules. Here is some examples. The first module is that we are able to identify a residential area distribution, which means that we know where people comes from. So whenever there's a traffic jam to be resolved, we need to know where people comes from, for example, to Neihu Science Park in the morning. Second module is the traffic speed. We can estimate the road speed. So on this chart, it shows the different colors for the traffic condition. So it's a road speed. The third one, we are able to identify the origin, where they're from, and the destination, where they go to, of some key roads in peak hours. So take a Neihu or Nangang. Weekday morning, there's always traffic jam. But except for where people come from, but also which road or which way they take to this hotspot. So this is some interesting information for government for transportation planning. The fourth module is the hotspot. So for some government or for tourism planning institution, they are interested to know when they plan some activities or events, where people comes from, and will that cause them traffic jam trouble? Should they plan some transportation arrangement beforehand or at the time of the event? The last one, with the road speed available, we provide like every 15 minutes real-time information to government, so we can give them some alert of the real-time situation monitoring. Here are two real commercial cases to share. The first one is we collaborate with Taipei City for traffic monitoring. So they would like to know, to understand or to get in control of the situation of 34 main roads and also 19 bridges between Taipei City and New Taipei City. And what we developed for them is that we divide this road into several sections, and we provide every 15 minutes the road speed estimation. And it put all together onto the dashboard. So here you can see the road speed in very real time. And whenever the road speed goes below to like 20 kilometers per hour, it shows a signal. So the traffic police, they can take some timely actions. Another commercial case is with Taichung city government. We provide a dashboard for tourism planning. So Taichung is also a popular places for tourism. So they're interested to know that which hotspots are the most popular attractions and where people comes from, how many people in this spot at this moment, and what's the demographics of these visitors. So we put together all this information and integrate into this platform so they can get in control of the real-time information, especially whenever there is a big event to be planned. They can use this information to timely manage and plan ahead. The next one is, I think this is being discussed the whole morning about the autonomous bus. So there was an autonomous bus pilot program in Taipei last year, September, till this year, February. And Firestone is also participating in this pilot program. What we provided are 25 5G sites integrated with the V2X technology. And the CV2X technology, what we are trying to do is that, except for the 5G transmission, 5G connection we provided, we also integrate with some equipment or hardware. We call it roadside unit, RSU, and also integrate with some onboard device in car. So it's all working under the V2X standard. For the RSU, the equipment we integrate with, including like traffic light, radar, weather station, or some LED board. And what we are doing is that, except for the integration, we are also trying to develop some application use cases for this intersection crossroads. And these are mainly for like notification or alert. For example, speed alert, or traffic congestion alert, or some illegal behavior alert. Yeah. So this is still in early stage. So we partner with some ecosystem partners from hardware manufacturers, with some research institution. Together, we like to develop or offer more solutions for the industry. And then the last one is regarding computer vision. We have also put some research effort and development effort to create AI models for driving safety monitoring. This is also a real case in New Taipei City. On this interaction, it's an area with heavy traffic, and there's a lot of illegal behavior, such as double white line crossing, such as left turn. About 2 months ago, we deployed the solution on this intersection. There are 2 video cameras installed. And in recent months, for example, for the double white line crossing, in recent months, there are about 1,800 cases detected. And another one is the left turn. And in recent months, there's about over 4,000 cases detected. So by collaborating this with a traffic policy department, they can significantly reduce their manpower effort to monitor the situation on site. So remotely, all the illegal behavior will be identified. Of course, The computer vision AI is not only applied for intersection safety and law enforcement, it's also applied to different use cases. For example, on public transportation, we are able to identify the number of people in the station or in each carriage. And another case is for noise detection. Now, sometimes there's noise from some vehicles. So with the noise detection and computer vision integrated, so we are able to detect and identify some illegal vehicles. And another one is for environment monitoring. So for air or water pollution, these are all possible with computer vision technology. Okay. So these are all the information I'd like to share today. Should you are interested to discuss further details, feel free to contact with me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for your wonderful sharing about FET solutions. So from the previous two presentations, we can see the similarity and also the different direction for two telecom companies. Okay, let's move on to the third presentation. The speaker is Liu Wen-kai. Please give a big hand to him. Welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I would like to talk about the 5G application in ITS, and especially on the safety assistance on the scooter. And this project was funded by Ministry of Transportation. And we have chosen two areas in the southern Taiwan and set about 20 roadside units and include about 700 scooters. We make a proof of concept about the safety assistance on scooters. This is my outline today. So this project will focus on the problem about how to reduce the two-wheel vehicle accident in Taiwan. In the past 5 years, the fatalities and the injured of two-wheel vehicles are still high in Taiwan. And up to 50% of the traffic accident was caused by two-wheel vehicles. Even in the 2019, the situation is rising continuously, and there are up to 60% of fatalities of traffic are killed by two-wheel vehicles. The most serious is the over than 100,000 of teenagers are injured or dead in these accidents, and this is about 31% of all the traffic fatalities. So on the average, there were 5 teenagers killed by two-wheel vehicles every week. So I would like to tell you the hardware of the experiment of the hardware, which include the roadside unit and onboard unit. About the roadside unit, we have set up the radar here. It's used to detect the vehicle pass by. The radar can tell us what the speed, direction, and quantities. And also the CCTV is here. This is used to capture the image for object recognition. Our AI system will tell us what the vehicle is. It may be a car, scooter, or a motorcycle. Also, we have a communication system here. It is used to send the alert message to the cloud and to the onboard to the scooter. So we are also set a CMS system here. It is used to show the alert message and for the scooter without any communication system. And for the onboard unit, a large part of the scooter have intelligent dashboard. It is different from the traditional dashboard. It can show the alert message. So the onboard unit also have IMU module. It is used to collect the driving behavior. We can analyze how the rider responds after receive the alert messages. So this picture can tell us how our experiment will be proceeded. It is an intersection without any traffic light. So when the vehicle drives through this intersection, there's no any instruction can be obeyed. So vehicle may be collited. So in our experiment, our motorcycle will drive from this direction. And at the same time, there's another vehicle will going through this this area or this direction. There's no point. I have prepared my only one. So our CCTV on radar will detect this car from this side, and I will collect the speed, direction, and calculate the possibility of the collision. If the collision may be occurred, the alert message will send from 3 different ways. The first is the send the alert message to the cloud through 4G or 5G. And the second is send the alert message to the CMS system through Wi-Fi. And the third is sent to the scooter with CV2X system. And if the motorcycle only with 4G or 5G module, they also can receive the alert message from the cloud. So about the scooter with the smart dashboard, there are 4 cases can be shown the alert message. The first is the car from left, car from right, and the car from ahead. This will usually occur when in a blind curve. And the final one is the slow down icon. It's used to let the rider to slow down its speed. It often occurs on the long curve road. And so for the motorcycle without any communication system, the CMS will show the alert message like car from left, car from both sides, or car from right. In our experiment, there are often a question asked, is the rider have enough time to stop his scooter after the alert received? According to our research, our scooter will drive in a speed of 6 kilometers per hour. So after the alert message received, it almost takes 0.75 seconds to respond. And during this period, the scooter will keep going about 12.5 meters. So at this moment, the rider can pull the brake lever until the scooter totally stopped. It will keep going about 17.5 meters and about take 1.94 seconds. So totally it will take about 2.7 seconds after the alert received. And if the alert message is sent from the cloud, it may occur 4.2 seconds. So we can conclude that the RSU should be set before the intersection about 30 meters. And if the alert message is sent from cloud, the RSU should be sent before the intersection about 16 meters. Now I can show you the experiment in the southern Taiwan. We have chosen 2 universities for our experiment. The first is National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology. The second is National San Yat-sen University. And during this experiment, we have included 700 scooters. Among them, 400 scooters are with the intelligent dashboard, and 300 with the IMU system. And we are totally set 20 intelligent roadside units. And during 1 year experiment, we have collected 218 trips and more than 1 million of tests. No, sure, I will explain later. It's okay, So at this session, our radar and CCTV is safe from here, and our motorcycle will go from in this direction, and another vehicle will go in this direction. So our alert message will show like this. And in another direction, our vehicle is from here, and another vehicle is from here. So we can see that the alert message will show. And also, the intelligent dashboard will show the message.
Okay. Since our experiment of test field is in the university, and we found that all the riders are likely to hard brake and more than rapid acceleration and much more than sharp turns. But for the teenagers, they are very likely to sharp turn. So it's very significant than other age groups. So I think it's maybe the two-wheel vehicle accident, the root cause. And during 1 year of the experiment, the average speed across the intersection are almost slowed down to 7%, and up to 22% of the overspeed driver reduced his speed, and especially on the blind curve and the intersection. So the experiment results show that our system can have capability to reduce the speed and further capable to reduce the car accident. So we propose our data format to the TWTC, which is an association to bridge the local industry to global standard. So the data format is for connected two-wheel safety warning. And we are focused on V2I and V2C, which is the M1, M2, M3, and M4 message set. So M1 and M3 are the basic information which you use to further application. And the M2 and M4 are the alert messages, as we mentioned in this experiment. So the alert message will be contain 124 bits. So it's about the event type. Event type is the situation as we discussed in the before. So there are more applications will be occurred on the smart scooter, which will be big data service, location-based service, safety service, and security service. I think it will become true in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful sharing about the ecology and the system component of the safety assistant system for scooters. And let's move on the fourth speaker. Let's invite the fourth speaker, Mike Lee. Okay. Yeah, let's give a big hand to him. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chiu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Michael Lee. I'm from Industry Technology Research Institute in Taiwan. So today, this is a 5G section, so I'll be sharing you some applications. But previous speakers have already shared many very interesting and very beneficial applications. My focus is more on application on road safety and autonomous vehicle using 5G. So today I'll be going through the 5G technology and how it can be used on vehicles, and then some of the experiment and pilot sites we have been doing in Taiwan. So basically, communication is very important. So in ITS, we're talking about communication between vehicles, vehicle to vehicles, and vehicle to roadside, and also to the cloud. So depending on the application needs, short-range communications will usually require low latency for safety benefits, but a long range, like cloud communication, will have usage for big data analysis purposes. So actually, many of the sites we have been doing are mostly related to road safeties. So when we ask different city governments in Taiwan, actually we find that there are many different very dangerous intersections that they care about. They want to reduce the traffic fatality. So we want to, how to help that, usually not only sensing technology, but also communication technologies. So like the previous speaker from III telling that using communication, using warning signs, you can greatly reduce the accidents. So I'll give you many examples here that we have been doing across Taiwan, different counties and different city governments. But due to the time limit, I'll just share some of the examples. One is we work in previous years with the Taipei city. So there is Taipei city, there are some dedicated bus lane, but some of the bus lane is traveling in reverse direction, like in Nangang Road. It is a one-way street, but the bus is traveling in different direction. So there is some fatal accidents in the previous years that the foreigners did not know. He runs through the red light and be hit by the bus. So we try to warn the pedestrian. We try to warn the bus. So in the video, you can see the bottom left video. The bus have installed some kind of communication warning device. We'll tell the bus that, okay, there's a pedestrian very close to the crosswalk. You have to maybe slow down. And also, on the top left video, you can see that the pedestrian, when he's very close to the vehicle, there is a message sign telling you that, okay, the bus is coming from the left. So kind of giving a warning. Different detection techniques will need different sensing hardware. So from the right hand top side, you can see that's sensing result from the LiDAR. So we use LiDAR to detect pedestrian, have a better result at different weather or night conditions than camera. Okay, camera is cheaper, but we need a more accurate result. We use LiDAR for this case. The other example I want to share with you is Kaohsiung. Kaohsiung, we installed a similar technology on the light rail. You see that light rail in Kaohsiung is mixed traffic with other vehicles from the top right vehicle. You can see that the light rail is approaching and it's telling you that the left side there was a car will be running through. So it's very dangerous. Try to warn the light rail driver to stop in this very emergency state. Also from the right bottom side, you can see that at night, it also helped the light rail driver to know how many seconds are left for their green light or yellow light or red light, so they can operate their light rail more smoothly, kind of like a signal phase timing application for other vehicles. So also this year, we're also working with the Kaohsiung government on another case is the ambulance. Okay, the ambulance. They also need the ambulance, emergency truck, fire truck, those kind of service vehicles. They sometimes not only want to know the road condition, they may also want to override the traffic light for their benefit of running through a red light or changing it to green so he can quickly cross the street with emergency situations. So we're also working with, we call this a TSP, transit signal priority. We want to be able to communicate with the traffic infrastructure and to give a priority to this different kind of vehicles, like the ambulance. Okay, so you can see that communication is very important. We started out 10 years ago doing this with a partner with local company, ITS companies, using DSRC technology. Right now, we are moving it to CV2X or 5G technology with many different benefits, not only for low latency, but also a very seamless communication with the cloud. So most of the international standards can remain the same, but with this 5G CV2X capability, it can have more benefit, lower latency, and also high bandwidth and high range communication, long range communication. So one of the examples we use is on the autonomous vehicle. So that the autonomous vehicle especially needs this kind of a communication technology. So basically, an autonomous vehicle is a vehicle driven by itself. So it needs a lot of sensor on the vehicle. You can see that on this picture we're showing that it needs actually sensor fusion is very important. So fusion with LiDAR, with camera, with radar technology. So the bus will know the surroundings and can drive by itself. But only knowing the surroundings is not enough. It has to have also the communication capability like the previous example I showed you. So what if someone running through a red light, some pedestrian runs through a red light? So it has to have the ability to know that. So the integration with the communication technology is also very important for autonomous vehicle. So this page just showing you that from the sensing of the bus itself, it has to sense a lot of things. Okay, from the left architecture map, you can see it has to be able to sense, okay, the traffic lights, okay, the road, the lane markers, all the vehicles, motorcycles, pedestrians running on the road, and what is the able driving space for the vehicle. But besides that, it also needs to have the communication technology to wirelessly communicate with the road traffic infrastructure. So this year we are also working with Zhanghua. There's a autonomous trial there that is working with ARTC and Kingway, and that site, although initially we're not a partner of it, but we are trying to. Will be supplying V2X solution, CV2X solution, so those buses can communicate with the traffic light, with the autonomous bus can work with the traffic light and to have a better, smooth driving, and to have some intersection warning capabilities. And also this year, next month, we're going to starting a new pilot in Hsinchu, and this will be very challenging because this Zhubei city, this is a very busy and very mixed traffic environment. So the route it's a previous route from the Hsinchu high-speed rail to Zhubei city to the Sheraton Hotel in the Zhubei city, and this route. There are big roads, and you have to make a left-right turn on the roads, and there are very tough traffic conditions. So we have to apply the previous technology to this situation. Also, it's very remarkable is that we are also helping the bus company, the electric bus company, is want to move their technology of their bus. First, starting from level 2, so they can meet future needs for a safe self-assist driving. Then this is level 4, so they can have the bus that can drive by themselves. So we are very looking forward to this kind of deployment and trial. So this will start this year in April. And just give you, this is very close to my last slide. Just want to give you a example that we need many different innovative applications. So we're also working with automated robot companies. So in ITS we need to not only deliver, not only need a shuttle bus for passengers. We also need to deliver goods and things, foods to different places. So or also maybe in hospital, in factory, there are also different needs. So applying the sensing technology, self-driving technology to different mobile robots is also a future need. So we're also working with a company that you can see that this is applying our technology, we can drive autonomously and it can avoid people. This is moving at a much slower speed than vehicles, so it's easier. So you can, any people walking near it will stop, and then it will do its job to deliver the boxes to the places that is needed. So 5G is also very important in this kind of communication because maybe the factory is very big, or maybe you have to deliver things across buildings outside to campus. So the communication, the mobility will be very important. You don't want to be interrupted. So a wide range and short latency communication will be very important for this kind of application. So there are endless needs of communication in 5G that we're looking forward to. So yeah, this just ends my presentation. The last slide I'm trying to show you. So this is what it looks like in the autonomous vehicle bus. So it has its sensor, it has its digital high-density map and navigation, and you can see the bus driver, and he's just monitoring the bus, but not driving, but can take care of it in any time. and also the camera looking around just to give you an idea. So this is just a pedestrian trying to cross. It's a fake pedestrian, but for testing purposes. Yeah, so the bus will stop and then go. So many different, we anticipate a lot of challenge in real roads. This is trying to move in this technology to a more maturing state. Yeah, so that's my presentation to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Lee, for showing us the advance made by the institute in applying the assistant, and we can see from the wireless communications to the sensoring systems. Thank you. And we also see that these two presentations from TWTC and the Institute Technologies Research Institute. They are all funded by government. They are many funded, government-funded projects. They are all focused on road safety improvement. Okay, let's move on the last speakers. The President Wu Mengfen is for. Let's begin to him. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chu. It's not only my good friend, but also the outstanding professor from my alumni. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Liu Jianbang. Give me this opportunity, have 10 minutes here to share something with you. And finally, I'd like to thank all the attendees, not only on site, but also online, even a little bit late in this forum. But I will take only 10 minutes, thank you. Maybe you have a very curiosity how I introduced the Taiwan Telematics Industry Association. As you have mentioned, the previous 4 speakers, 2 from the industry, 2 from the research institute. But so many we have talking about we are going to approach a smart mobility age. But I have to remind all of us is we have to have ecosystem thinking. We are approaching the smart mobility age, not a revolution, but it's an evolution process. So especially just mentioned by Professor Jason Chang, is have to perceived by each stakeholders. So the Taiwan Telematics Industry Association collect a very wonderful platform for each stakeholder to help us not only coordinate government agency, but also the academic or research institute and also industry. The most important, our civilians, our people, to realize how we are going to happen. So I'd like to share some viewpoint about how TTIA will play. Since 10 years ago, the TTIA was formed to integrate resources and creating add value and business opportunities in order to help the telematics industry take deep roots in Taiwan, but also not only in Taiwan, but also bridge the Taiwan and all the worldwide. So in our members, including so many sectors, just this page show, and we have so many solution team, including DRTS, demand responsive transit system, smart city, smart e-payment, and smart ITS, smart e-bus total solution, including the smart safety scooters projects we are engaged. And we just have 3 main missions. First is stimulate policy and coordinate across the ministries. And the second is establish international platform. Later on, I will show you some of our members, not only in Taiwan, but also international companies. And also coordinate across associations. So we have very close relationships with ITS Taiwan. We are trying to, all our effort to help ITS Taiwan to win the 2026 ITS-WC in Taiwan. So the TTIA task just including promote industrial policy and also facilitate industrial sharing and enhance infrastructure and global business and so on. This PowerPoint just shows so many activities in this slide. And this is our coordination with China, with Asian, with EU, and also United States. So we just across so many overseas institutes of our industries. And in Taiwan, we have so many cooperation with association and company and foundation, and also academic research. So I just mentioned earlier is ecosystem, each stakeholder within our association. And this is development of for last 10 years, from 2011 to 2020. We have so many international forum conference and so many both sides meeting. So this just show you for your image. And we also publication, have so many publication, especially for some brief introduction for industry in Taiwan, and also some industrial standards in last 10 years. So we focus to have so many industrial standards. Without standards, they cannot have a good product or service to all the system, including maybe you are very familiar with the multi-card bus transit. And also we are getting into the next stage, mobile transit payment system, and also some intelligent systems. So this just show you, we just announced a QR code mobile payment for bus. Currently have 5 routes in Taiwan in pilot test. End of this June, we will cross this test, and then the DGH and MOTC will pay some subsidies to our operator to have new kinds of payment system. So you may use your QR code and get on the public transit. And next is we have a Ministry of Finance to have some in IoT full-time monitoring plan to ensure the security and safety of each container truck in operation in all the highway in Taiwan. So we just produce a new industrial standard for each systems. So our future goal is very important. I like to focus. First of all, just like mentioned about the serial V2X, is without serial V2X, we cannot have any autonomous bus service, ABRT, or any kinds of service. So, and also smart application of commercial vehicles and integration development of IOV technology. And currently we have a very close cooperation with the MIH. We provide each kind of test field and they will develop their CV. So for the next 5 years, it's very important for Taiwan to get into the world market in EV, in CV, in AV, and also mobility as a service. So I think this is our future goal, and this is my sharing with you. We have to have ecosystem thinking, and we coordinate each stakeholders. If you have interest in Taiwan industry, in telematics, in future smart mobility, just contact with us. We are very present. We are very pleasure to be a window for you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Wu. The wonderful introduction to the TDIA. Well, I think we all agree the TDIA is lay a solid foundation for ITS development because many of the protocol standards are made by the TDIA. So let's thank you again. I think we are already 30 minutes delay. So I can help to close these sessions by thank you the wonderful speech made by 5 speakers, and thank you for all your participation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho, for chairing this session. And once again, we would like to thank all speakers for sharing with us the ITS use cases enabled by 5G technology. After obtaining the consent from our speakers, the PowerPoint slides today of our speakers will be uploaded to ITS Taiwan's official website for your reference. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's forum. Thank you very much for your participation. With your feedback and support, we look forward to making greater strides in building the ITS ecosystem in Taiwan. Once again, thank you very much for staying with us till the end. Have a nice day. Thank you.